Welcome, dear dreamer, to Candle by the Sea. Tonight, you are invited to step into the serene world of Journey of the Silent Sage, a story that unfolds gently, guiding you towards stillness, insight, and quiet reflection. Take a deep breath. Feel the weight of the day lift as you settle into a comfortable space. Allow your body to relax, your mind to soften, and your awareness to drift peacefully into the rhythm of the story. If you enjoy these gentle, immersive bedtime journeys and the peaceful world of Candle by the Sea, you're warmly invited to subscribe and join us for more stories that calm the mind and soothe the soul. Journey of the Silent Sage. Part 1. The One Who Walks Without Footprints. The road appeared where roads were never meant to exist. It revealed itself not as stone or soil, but as a subtle agreement between the earth and the traveler, a quiet understanding that one was ready to walk. Those who passed through the low valley at dawn often missed it entirely. Others felt it as a hesitation in the air, a soft pause between breaths, as though the world itself had briefly leaned closer to listen. On this morning, mist moved low across the ground like a held thought. Pale light filtered through the drifting veil, neither fully night nor fully day. It was the hour when dreams had not yet loosened their grip and waking had not fully claimed the senses. At the edge of this threshold stood a lone traveler. The traveler did not know how long they had been walking. Time had thinned, stretching into something fluid and gentle. The question of destination had slowly dissolved, replaced by a quieter awareness. I am here because I must be. Their steps were steady, but unhurried, guided less by intention and more by an unseen current that carried them forward without demand. They paused, not because they were tired, but because something had changed. The air felt altered, as if it had been touched moments before and was still remembering the warmth of another presence. The mist ahead parted slightly, revealing the road more clearly now. It was narrow, smooth, untouched. No footprints marked its surface. No stones bore signs of wear. Yet it felt undeniably traveled. A lantern stood to the side of the path. It held no flame, and yet it glowed. Soft, amber light pulsed gently within it, like breath beneath skin. The traveler frowned, not in fear, but in quiet curiosity. They had not seen the lantern before, though they were certain it had not always been there. Its light did not push against the mist, but seemed to be welcomed by it, the two mingling effortlessly. The traveler stepped closer. At once, the road ahead extended, not lengthening, not shifting, simply becoming. As if the path had been waiting for acknowledgement. A sense of being observed brushed lightly against the traveler's awareness. They turned. At first, they saw nothing. Only mist, pale sky, and the low silhouettes of distant hills. Then, slowly, as though emerging from the fabric of the moment itself, a figure appeared a short distance behind them. The silent sage stood without movement, clad in robes the color of weathered stone and moon-washed linen. The sage seemed both present and strangely unanchored. Their form was human, yet ageless. Their face bore no defining lines of youth or age, only calm attentiveness. Eyes clear, reflective, rested gently on the traveler, not piercing, not judging, simply seeing. The traveler felt no urge to speak. This absence of impulse surprised them. In other encounters, words rushed forward uninvited, questions, explanations, defenses. Here, language remained still, as if it had been gently asked to step aside. The sage inclined their head, not a bow, not a greeting, but an acknowledgement of shared presence. And then, without turning, the sage began to walk. The traveler hesitated. The sage's feet touched the path, yet left no mark. The lantern's glow seemed to respond, brightening subtly, as though recognizing a familiar rhythm. The mist parted with ease before the sage's steps, closing again behind them like a soft curtain. Still no words. Something within the traveler loosened. They followed. As they walked, the world shifted almost imperceptibly. The hills drew nearer. The mist thinned. Colors deepened. Greens became more vivid, shadows more nuanced. The path curved gently, guiding them toward a grove of ancient trees whose branches interwove high above, forming a vaulted ceiling of leaves and light. Within the grove, the air grew warmer. Birdsong echoed faintly, though no birds were seen. The sound felt remembered rather than produced, as if the forest itself was recalling an earlier time. The sage slowed, then stopped near a pool of still water at the grove's center. The surface reflected the sky perfectly. The traveler stepped beside the sage. Their reflection wavered slightly in the water, not distorted, but layered. For a moment, they thought they saw another version of themselves standing there, eyes calmer, posture lighter. The image faded as quickly as it appeared. The sage gestured gently toward the pool. The traveler knelt. As they leaned closer, images stirred beneath the surface, fleeting impressions rather than scenes. A childhood home, a moment of loss, a decision left unmade. Each arose briefly, then sank again, leaving the surface smooth. The traveler's breath caught. They looked up, seeking explanation, but the sage only watched, not expectantly, not urgently, simply present. Understanding did not arrive as realization, but as release. The traveler stood. When they turned back to the pool, it was empty once more, no images, no reflections. Only water and sky, indistinguishable from one another. They continued walking. Beyond the grove, the path descended into a narrow valley where stone pillars rose on either side, tall and weathered, etched with symbols that shifted when not directly observed. The sage passed between them without pause. As the traveler followed, the ground beneath their feet softened, becoming sand-like, then firm again. Each step seemed to test balance, awareness, patience. The travelers stumbled once, catching themselves before falling. The sage did not turn. Instead, a faint ripple passed through the air, and the ground steadied. Gratitude surfaced unbidden, not directed toward the sage, but inward, as though acknowledging a truth long known, but seldom trusted. They walked until the light changed again. Ahead lay a wide plain bathed in muted gold. Several figures stood scattered across it, other travelers, each absorbed in their own moment. Some knelt, others stood motionless, gazing at the horizon. A few paced in small circles, restless and uncertain. None spoke. The sage stopped at the edge of the plain. This time, they turned to face the traveler fully. For the first time, the traveler noticed how the sage's presence seemed to reflect rather than project. In their eyes, the traveler saw not guidance, but space, a quiet permission to be. The sage lifted one hand. From their palm, a thin thread of light emerged, drifting briefly between them before dissolving into the air. It left no trace, yet the traveler felt it settle gently within their chest, warm and steady. Then the sage stepped back and faded, not vanishing abruptly, but thinning into the light, into the air, into the unnoticed spaces between moments. One breath, they were there. The next, only the open plain remained. The traveler stood alone. Around them, the other travelers continued their silent motions, each immersed in an unseen dialogue. The lantern, once beside the path, now rested at the traveler's feet, its glow steady. The traveler picked it up. It felt lighter than expected. As they stepped onto the plain, the lantern's light did not illuminate the ground ahead. Instead, it seemed to brighten inwardly, warming the space behind their eyes, steadying their breath, easing the subtle tension they had not realized they carried. They walked forward, the path no longer visible, yet unmistakably present. And though no footprints marked the way, the traveler knew, with a certainty deeper than thought, that the one who walked without footprints was still guiding them, not ahead, not behind, but within the quiet awareness that now moved with every step. Part 2, the trial of the unspoken mirror. The plain stretched farther than the eye could follow, its horizon softened by a luminous haze that blurred distance into suggestion. The traveler walked steadily, lantern in hand, though its glow no longer cast shadows or revealed terrain. Instead, it pulsed in quiet harmony with their breath, as if responding to something deeper than movement. The other travelers gradually fell away. Some veered left toward low hills that shimmered faintly. Others drifted right toward a line of pale trees standing like sentinels. No one spoke. No one acknowledged the traveler's presence. It felt neither lonely nor isolating, merely precise, as though each path belonged to its walker alone. As the traveler continued forward, the air began to change. It thickened subtly, like a held emotion. Sound softened. Even the faint breeze seemed to lose its voice. The ground beneath their feet became smooth, reflective stone, cool and flawless, stretching endlessly ahead. The lantern dimmed, not extinguished, simply quieter, as if yielding its role. Ahead, the light shifted again, revealing a vast, circular chamber open to the sky. Its boundaries were formed not by walls, but by towering vertical planes of polished surface, each angled slightly inward. They reflected the sky above, the stone below, and most vividly, the one who stood at the center. The traveler slowed. With each step into the chamber, the reflections sharpened. They saw themselves multiplied, dozens of versions, each caught in a different posture, a different moment. One reflection appeared weary, shoulders bent beneath invisible weight. Another stood rigid, jaw clenched, eyes distant. One looked younger, gaze wide with unguarded wonder. Yet another seemed older, quieter, eyes carrying a depth the traveler did not yet recognize. The traveler stopped. The reflections stopped with them. A quiet unease stirred, not fear, but recognition. These were not distortions. They were not illusions meant to deceive. Each reflection felt undeniably true. The traveler turned slowly in place. The mirrored planes responded, shifting their angles almost imperceptibly, drawing certain reflections closer while others receded. The lantern flickered faintly, as though reacting to the movement. A presence made itself known, not by arrival, but by attention. The silent sage stood at the chamber's edge, partially reflected, partially real. Their image appeared inconsistently across the planes, sometimes present, sometimes absent, as though silence itself resisted being captured. The sage did not enter the chamber. They observed. The traveler felt the urge to speak rise sharply, questions pressing forward, explanations forming reflexively. Yet the moment the thought of words surfaced, the reflections shifted again. One reflection opened its mouth, soundless. Another raised a hand in defense. Another turned away. The traveler closed their eyes. Breathing slowly, they allowed the urge to pass. When they opened their eyes again, the chamber had changed. The reflections no longer showed different versions of the self. Instead, each surface now revealed a moment, a memory not relived, but seen. A choice made in haste. A silence held too long. A kindness withheld. A fear disguised as certainty. The traveler's chest tightened. They stepped toward one reflection instinctively, reaching out. And the image fractured instantly, breaking into ripples of light that scattered across the chamber floor before fading entirely. The sage lifted one hand, not a warning, an invitation to stillness. The traveler withdrew their hand. They stood quietly, allowing the memories to arise without reaching for them. As they did, the reflections softened. The scene slowed, losing sharpness, becoming impressions rather than accusations. The chamber seemed to breathe. From the stone floor, faint lines of light began to emerge, forming delicate patterns that radiated outward from the traveler's feet. The lantern brightened slightly, its glow steady once more. One reflection remained unchanged. It stood directly ahead. In it, the traveler saw themselves seated beside a still pool, the same pool from the grove, gazing into the water. Yet, in this reflection, the traveler spoke. Words flowed freely, urgently, filling the air. The reflection gestured, explained, insisted. And though the pool remained calm, its surface grew dull, clouded by constant motion. The traveler felt a quiet ache. They recognized this version of themselves, the one who filled silence to avoid hearing what waited beneath it. Slowly, deliberately, the traveler stepped closer. They did not speak. They simply watched. The reflection hesitated. The speaking slowed. The gestures softened. Finally, the reflection fell silent, and the pool within it cleared, revealing depth once more. The mirrored plane shimmered, then dissolved, leaving open sky in its place. A gentle warmth spread through the traveler's chest. Behind them, another reflection shifted. This one showed the traveler standing before a closed door, hand raised, but never knocking. Fear lingered in the eyes, not of rejection, but of change. The reflection remained frozen, caught in that suspended moment. The traveler did not approach. They stood with the image, allowing the fear to exist without resistance. The longer they remained present, the more the image softened. The door did not open, but the tension dissolved. The moment passed. The reflection faded. One by one, the remaining surfaces transformed, not through action, but through attention. The traveler learned, not consciously but instinctively, that the chamber responded to observation rather than intervention. To witness without judgment was to allow movement. To grasp was to fracture. At the edge of the chamber, the silent sage shifted their weight slightly. The traveler sensed the change without turning. They understood. The sage was not testing them. The chamber was. As the final reflection dissolved, the chamber grew quiet once more. The polished surfaces became translucent, revealing a vast expanse beyond, open sky, pale and boundless. The stone beneath the traveler's feet warmed. A narrow path of light appeared, leading forward. The traveler lifted the lantern. For the first time since entering the chamber, its glow extended outward, illuminating the path ahead. Not brightly, but clearly enough to take the next step. Before moving on, the traveler turned. The silent sage remained at the threshold, unchanged. The traveler inclined their head, a silent gesture of gratitude, of recognition. The sage returned the gesture, eyes reflecting the same calm attentiveness as before. No words passed between them. None were needed. As the traveler stepped onto the path, the chamber behind them dissolved completely, leaving no trace, not even memory's echo. The path curved gently upward, leading away from reflection and toward something yet unseen. With each step, the traveler felt lighter, not unburdened, but aligned. They had not resolved every memory, nor erased every fear. Yet something fundamental had shifted. Silence was no longer empty. Observation was no longer passive. Insight had begun to form not as knowledge, but as relationship. Behind them, unseen, the sage turned away. Ahead, the path awaited, and the lantern, steady and warm, guided not by illumination, but by awareness, carried forward into the quiet unfolding of what was yet to come. Part 3. When silence becomes the lesson. The path after the chamber of mirrors was unlike any the traveler had walked before. It stretched in unexpected curves, winding between hills and valleys that seemed to exist both in this world and another. The ground beneath their feet shifted subtly with each step, from soft moss to polished stone to sand that yielded just enough to remind the walker of their own presence. The air carried the scent of rain that had not fallen yet, a soft promise of renewal. The traveler moved slowly, deliberately, lanterns swinging lightly at their side. They sensed, without knowing why, that the silent sage had withdrawn from immediate view. Not gone, only receded. The sage's guidance now felt internal, a pulse beneath thought, an invisible hand pressing gently at the heart's door. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. Time had little meaning here. The traveler came upon a river. It was wide, its water black and smooth, reflecting the sky so perfectly that the river appeared a mirror of the heavens. Yet, as the traveler stepped closer, they noticed that the water did not flow. It moved instead in faint ripples, as if breathing, responding to the presence of those who approached. On the far bank, a figure waited. Another traveler, perhaps, or a reflection yet again. The traveler could not tell. The figure did not speak, but extended a hand, not for greeting, but as an invitation to cross. There was no bridge. No stones emerged from the river to form a path. The traveler felt a tightening in their chest, the familiar fear that accompanies uncertainty. And then, as if hearing this silent hesitation, the river shifted. Slowly, gently, a series of stepping stones appeared. They were fragile, translucent, and seemed to emerge from the traveler's own awareness rather than from the river itself. The traveler stepped forward. The stones held. Each step required attention, but not effort. Balance was not a matter of muscle, but of presence, of listening to the quiet rhythm of the world and letting the body respond naturally. Halfway across, the water below stirred. Ripples reflected the traveler's own face, a face they barely recognized. Each ripple carried an echo of a past action, a choice made or avoided. The traveler felt a surge of emotion, regret, hope, curiosity, and fear, all tangled together. They closed their eyes, took a deep breath, and let the ripples pass without judgment. The stones held firm, When the traveler reached the far bank, the figure was gone. Only the river remained, still and watchful. From the distance, a faint sound reached them, a whisper of wind through the trees, a rustle of unseen wings. The traveler sensed the presence of the silent sage nearby, but still not close. The lesson of this place, they understood, was not instruction. It was observation. The path led upward now, climbing through hills dotted with strange flora. Trees with silver bark shimmered under a muted sky, their leaves translucent and trembling like faint pulses. Flowers bloomed in patterns that seemed impossible, fractals of light and shadow, spirals within spirals. The traveler felt their own breath synchronize with the rhythm of the forest, slow and steady, as if the world itself had paused to align with them. At the forest's center, a clearing opened. A single stone sat in the middle, perfectly smooth and low enough to sit upon. The traveler approached and lowered themselves gently. They could feel the pulse of the earth beneath them, subtle and constant, like the heartbeat of a hidden being. Then came the trial. It began not as sound, not as sight, but as a shift within the traveler. A thought, subtle at first, began to echo in their mind. You are alone. Alone. The word resonated, and with it came the familiar pang of fear. They reached instinctively for the lantern, but it had no answer. The light remained gentle, steady, but offered no comfort. The air thickened. Shadows moved at the edges of perception, shapes without form. The traveler's chest tightened, old anxieties surfacing, failures remembered, losses unhealed, questions left unanswered. And then they remembered the sage. Not the physical form, not the presence, but the essence. Observe. Do not react. Be present. The traveler inhaled, slow and deliberate, letting the body respond before the mind could intervene. The shadows did not recede, nor did they advance. They simply were. And in that acknowledgement, something shifted. The fear softened, losing its sharp edges. It became a quiet companion rather than a tormentor. Hours, or perhaps moments, passed. The traveler learned to sit with the shadows, to watch their own mind reflect back, to breathe in alignment with the pulse of the clearing. Eventually, the shadows thinned, leaving only a faint echo. The forest, too, seemed to sigh, leaves settling back into stillness. The traveler rose from the stone, feeling a weight lift that they could not name, yet recognized as relief. The path led onward into hills that shimmered with subtle gold. Here, the air carried a faint vibration, like distant music heard only when still. Each step felt lighter, as if the traveler's body remembered a rhythm it had long forgotten. Ahead, a figure appeared, not the sage, but a companion of sorts. A traveler like themselves, moving slowly, eyes steady. They walked together for a time, not speaking, not even acknowledging each other. Their presence alone was a lesson. Companionship did not require conversation. Guidance did not require words. Understanding did not require explanation. As the hills sloped downward, the pair reached a series of arches carved from pale stone. The arches were tall and impossibly thin, stretching into the sky like bridges to unseen realms. Beneath each arch, the traveler glimpsed a fragment of possibility, a version of themselves moving with confidence, a choice they had once avoided, a path they had feared to tread. The first arch beckoned. The traveler hesitated. Their companions stepped through, pausing to glance back, eyes calm and inviting. The traveler followed, stepping through not to imitate, but to experience. Inside, time behaved strangely. The air shimmered with colors that did not exist outside the mind. Sounds were muted, yet resonant, a harmony felt rather than heard. Within this space, the traveler encountered trials not of danger, but of perception. Stones that seemed impassable would yield if approached with patience. Walls of light that blinded temporarily dissolved when met with calm attention. Each trial required observation, restraint, and trust, not in others, but in themselves. The lantern remained in hand, yet its glow became secondary. Awareness, steady and quiet, illuminated the path. The traveler realized slowly that the sage's teaching was not about moving forward, but about not being moved, to witness without reacting, to endure without clinging, to act not from desire or fear, but from understanding. Days passed, or perhaps moments, and each step reinforced the lesson. The traveler discovered that silence was not absence, but presence. Observation was not passive, but active in its attention. Insight did not arrive as revelation, but as quiet understanding, forming like dew on leaves at dawn. One evening, as the sun, or what passed for sun in this shifting realm, began to fade, the traveler reached a high plateau overlooking a valley bathed in gentle silver light. The companions stopped and nodded, their face serene. Without a word, they walked away, leaving the traveler alone with the view. Here, the traveler understood the depth of the lesson. Silence could be terrifying. Silence could be lonely. Silence could force one to confront everything unspoken, unacknowledged, unresolved. Yet, within this very silence, wisdom waited. Observation, patience, and stillness were not passive. They were the key to transformation. The wind rose softly, carrying scents of unknown flowers, the faint tang of rain yet to fall. The valley below rippled with light, reflecting clouds that moved not across the sky, but across thought, shifting and dissolving with subtle grace. The traveler lowered themselves to the ground, leaning on the lantern, now warm and steady. They closed their eyes. No images, no expectations, just breath, just presence. In that stillness, the first true understanding arrived. The sage's absence was the teaching itself. The guidance was not in stepping forward, but in remaining grounded. The lessons of the chamber, the river, the hills, all converged here. Patience, observation, self-trust. The world did not need answers. It only required acknowledgement. As darkness fell, the traveler remained seated, allowing the valley to shimmer in quiet resonance. Somewhere beyond perception, the sage watched not to direct, but to witness. Their presence, though unseen, was as vital as the ground beneath, the air above, the light within. And so the traveler waited. They did not wait for guidance. They waited for understanding. They did not wait for words. They waited for insight. And slowly, imperceptibly, the valley and the plateau, the hills and the air, the lantern and the silence, all became one. The lesson of this space was complete not when fear vanished, but when fear was seen without reaction. Not when uncertainty resolved, but when uncertainty was embraced. Not when answers appeared, but when the question itself became sacred. The traveler rose at last, lantern in hand, and began to walk down the path leading into the silver valley. Every step was measured, aware, deliberate. The landscape shifted gently with each movement, yet it no longer seemed fragile or threatening. It responded, yes, but without demand. It existed in harmony with the traveler's awareness, a dance of presence rather than direction. As the path descended, the traveler glimpsed faint figures in the distance. Others were moving through the valley, silent as ever, carrying their own lanterns of quiet light. Some paused, others continued. No words passed, yet connection was felt, an unspoken acknowledgement that each journey, though solitary, was shared in the resonance of silence. Above, the sky deepened into muted indigo, and the first stars appeared, not brilliant or intrusive, but gentle, like distant memories recalled with soft reverence. The traveler noticed that their own heart had slowed to a rhythm that matched the lantern's glow. There was no need for haste. There was no need for certainty. There was only the steady unfolding of what had been quietly learning within them. And in this unfolding, the traveler understood a truth that would echo through all that remained. The lesson of silence was never absence. It was the teacher that did not speak, the guide that did not lead, the force that revealed wisdom not through instruction, but through the quiet, attentive act of simply being. They continued walking, the valley stretching endlessly ahead, each step a reflection of patience, each breath a testament to presence. Somewhere beyond the edge of perception, the silent sage lingered, always unseen, always observing, always teaching through the profound, luminous power of silence itself. The traveler moved forward, carrying the lesson not in words, but in the soft, unwavering light of awareness, stepping deeper into the journey that awaited beyond the valley, toward trials yet unseen, and toward the wisdom that could only be realized in the stillness of the self. Part 4. The path that cannot be shown. The valley stretched endlessly before the traveler, silver light pooling in low hollows and dancing softly across the hills. The sky, a muted tapestry of deepening indigo and pale luminescence, carried no sun, no moon, only the subtle hum of existence, faint but steady. Here, In this place between memory and possibility, the traveler understood something fundamental. The journey was no longer guided by signs, by reflections, or even by silent instruction. The path had become unsteady, not in danger, but in form. Where before stones had held firm, now the ground seemed to shift beneath the traveler's feet, responding unpredictably to intention, attention, and sometimes doubt. Hills rose and fell with a rhythm that felt conscious. Shadows moved not with the sun, but with emotion. The traveler's lantern remained steady in hand, yet it no longer illuminated the way. Instead, it illuminated within, each pulse of light a reminder of their inner awareness. As the traveler began forward, the first challenge appeared. A fork in the path, both sides equally inviting, equally uncertain. Neither stone nor soil, neither moss nor sand marked either way. Only the pull of instinct, quiet and subtle, suggested one might lead somewhere, while the other might loop endlessly. Hesitation rose in the chest. Old impulses, the desire to be guided, to follow, to seek safety, whispered insistently. The traveler paused. No wind, no sound, nothing, but the pulse of their own breath, synchronized with the lantern's gentle glow. It occurred to them that the path had always existed like this, yet fear had previously obscured the truth. The silent sage had been present in all moments, yet never directed, never interfered. The lesson had always been this: the path could not be shown. It could only be realized. The traveler exhaled and chose, not by logic, not by calculation, but by the faint tug of intuition. They stepped forward. Immediately, the landscape shifted. The ground underfoot solidified, the hills smoothed into gentle slopes. The air became lighter, carrying the scent of distant blossoms, faint and almost remembered. A soft vibration hummed through the soles of the traveler's feet, subtle and continuous. They were aware of other travelers nearby, though none could be seen, each journeying alone, yet somehow together in the resonance of intention and awareness. After some distance, the path narrowed. On either side, walls of light rose, not barriers, but mirrors of perception, rippling faintly with each movement. The traveler noticed that each step altered the walls slightly. Colors deepened, shadows shifted, patterns emerged. One section reflected the traveler's face, serene but uncertain. Another section shimmered with scenes of choice, roads once avoided, decisions postponed. And then came the first true trial. A fog descended, thick, almost tangible, curling around the traveler's feet, weaving upward until only faint outlines of the mirrored walls remained. The lantern's glow barely penetrated, and instinct whispered of danger, of the need to retreat. The traveler remembered the valley, the chamber, the river, the hills, the lessons of observation and stillness. Fear, they realized, was not the enemy. Reaction was. They inhaled, they exhaled, they stood still. The fog did not dissipate. It thickened. Images began to appear, forming like distant echoes within the mist. Fleeting visions of failure, loss, hesitation, moments of regret long buried, shapes of people once loved, moments once lived, words left unspoken, all coalesced and swirled with a subtle intelligence. The traveler felt the old urge to flee, to search for clarity outside themselves. But something deeper had taken root. Awareness, patience, trust in the quiet guidance that had been present since the grove. They stepped forward. Each movement through the fog required attention, but not effort. To hurry was to stumble, to resist was to fragment. The traveler learned to feel the ground beneath, to sense the air, to synchronize breath with movement. Slowly, the fog yielded, not disappeared, but shifted, parted, as if recognizing the traveler's presence. At last, the mist thinned enough to reveal a figure, not the silent sage, but another presence entirely. A traveler they had glimpsed in the Silver Valley, though never approached. The figure stepped aside, allowing the traveler passage. No word, no gesture, only space. Beyond the figure lay the next segment of the path, an archway formed not of stone or wood, but of light itself. Its contours shifted like liquid, refracting the surrounding landscape. Passing through, it would mean leaving certainty behind, stepping into a place where paths were not defined, where direction existed only in thought, intuition, and presence. The traveler hesitated. They felt the weight of choice, as if the air itself measured resolve. Behind them, the valley shimmered faintly, a reminder of all that had been traversed. Ahead, the archway pulsed with subtle warmth, inviting yet unformed. They closed their eyes. The mind quieted. Old doubts, fears, and desires receded. In their place rose something new, a gentle certainty not of destination, but of ability. A recognition that the path, wherever it led, would respond not to guidance, but to awareness. Opening their eyes, the traveler stepped forward. The archway swallowed them in light. The world changed. Now the landscape existed in layers, overlapping realities that responded to thought, intention, and emotion. Hills floated above valleys. Rivers curved backward. Trees bent gently, guiding not toward, but through. The traveler's lantern glowed softly, illuminating only the immediate surroundings. Beyond, the environment shifted, responded, and waited. Here they encountered trials unlike any before. First, a wall of whispers, soft voices that called from all directions, numbing fears, insecurities, doubts. Some were their own, some were not. The traveler realized that ignoring them was futile, yet reacting was dangerous. The lesson was not to silence the voices, but to hear without attachment. With steady breath, they allowed the murmurs to fill the space, observed them, and let them pass. The wall dissolved, leaving a path of light flickering faintly across the ground. Next, a river appeared, wide and deep. Unlike before, stepping stones did not materialize. The water shimmered with strange colors, reflecting countless possibilities of self and world. The traveler felt the urge to hesitate, to measure, to calculate. And again, intuition guided the next step, not in fear, not in certainty, but in quiet knowing. They stepped in. The river responded subtly, forming small ripples beneath each foot. Crossing was not easy. The water tugged gently, testing awareness. But the traveler remembered every lesson: observation, patience, trust in self. Step by step, they moved forward. On the far bank, the landscape shifted again. Hills formed and reformed, valleys deepened and flattened, the horizon folding upon itself. A forest of translucent trees rose, each leaf catching light in impossible ways. Within the forest, creatures moved, neither threatening nor benign, only present. Some appeared as birds, others as faint glimmers of movement, some as entirely unfamiliar forms. Each reacted to the traveler's attention, never obstructing, never guiding. The traveler realized the lesson of this forest. The world cannot be forced into comprehension. Paths cannot be demanded. Guidance exists not in direction, but in relationship, between awareness and environment, presence and response. Hours passed, or perhaps moments. Time had ceased to be linear. The traveler reached a hilltop, overlooking a realm that shimmered with layered possibilities. Below, paths converged and diverged endlessly. Some appeared solid, others faded into mist. Here, the necessity of choice became clear. No map, no instruction, no reflection could show the way. The traveler alone would decide. They took a deep breath, not seeking certainty, not fearing error, not searching for confirmation. Simply noticing, observing, listening to the pulse of self. With gentle intuition, they chose a path, one that felt neither safer nor easier, only real. As they walked, the environment responded subtly. The ground underfoot firmed. The light softened into a gentle glow. The creatures of the forest watched briefly, then faded. The path, though unmarked, felt alive, responding not to thought, but to presence. The lesson was complete, yet incomplete. The traveler understood now. The path could never truly be shown. Guidance could never be given in a form that removed uncertainty. Wisdom emerged only when choice was exercised with awareness, when action arose from insight rather than instruction. And then, in the periphery of vision, a presence emerged, the silent sage, not beside the traveler, not ahead, not behind, but there, a subtle awareness reflected in the shifting light, in the pulse of the lantern, in the rhythm of the steps. Their form remained ageless, calm, luminous. Eyes, clear and reflective, acknowledged the traveler not with approval, but with recognition. The traveler understood without words. All lessons, all trials, all moments of reflection, observation, and silence had led to this understanding. The sage's presence had always been a mirror, a catalyst, a quiet resonance. Guidance did not exist as direction. It existed as possibility made tangible by awareness. The wind stirred gently, carrying scents of unknown flowers, of rain not yet fallen, of Earth in its quiet, endless patience. The sky shimmered with subtle light, revealing neither sun nor moon, only space enough for choice, for action, for presence. The traveler's steps were steady now. The path ahead remained unformed, yet no longer daunting. Each choice, each step, each breath was itself the guidance. The sage watched, silent, luminous, unwavering, and slowly faded into the light, leaving only the quiet assurance of being seen, of being recognized, of being trusted. The traveler continued forward, alone, but not lonely. The path remained uncertain, the terrain shifting endlessly, possibilities overlapping and folding upon themselves. Yet the fear of uncertainty had transformed into a gentle awareness. The path could not be shown, but it could be realized. And in this realization, the traveler walked freely, guided not by external light, but by the illumination of awareness carried deep within. The hills stretched onward, the forests awaited, the rivers shimmered, and somewhere far beyond sight, the lessons of observation, patience, and trust would continue to unfold, weaving the traveler's journey into the silent, luminous fabric of the world. A journey into wisdom, into presence, into the infinite path that could never be shown, only known. Part 5. The Sage Who Was Never Separate. The air changed subtly as the traveler emerged from the forested hills. It carried a softness that felt like exhaled breath, a gentle vibration that resonated not in the ears, but in the chest, deep beneath the heart. The landscape opened into a vast plain, not the silver valley of previous trials, but a luminous expanse bathed in an ethereal, shifting glow. The horizon stretched endlessly, yet the light was neither sunrise nor sunset. It existed outside time, a quiet radiance that seemed to emanate from the very air. The traveler walked slowly, intentionally, lantern held lightly at their side. Here, the path was no longer visible in the conventional sense. There were no stones, no markings, no guideposts, only the subtle contours of the land, hints of direction discernible only through presence and awareness. Each step required attention, but not effort. Each breath reminded them that guidance had always existed within, not without. In the distance, faint figures moved across the plain. They were other travelers, like those glimpsed in the Silver Valley, each carrying their own lantern of quiet light. They moved silently, independently, yet in harmonious rhythm. Some paused, others wandered, yet no one collided. The traveler sensed connection without touch, understanding without words, a reflection of lessons learned in observation, patience, and quiet awareness. Ahead, the light shifted, and the traveler became aware of another presence. The silent sage, not near enough to touch, not far enough to ignore, but palpable. The traveler stopped. Their steps slowed, and stillness enveloped them. For the first time, the traveler noticed the sage fully, without reflection, without trial. They saw not a teacher separate from themselves, but a presence that had always been a part of the journey, interwoven with the traveler's own awareness. The robes, the face, the calm eyes, all were mirrors of the self, reflections of the quiet guidance that had been carried inward all along. The sage stepped forward, and though no sound accompanied the movement, the air shifted as if acknowledging the return. The traveler's chest filled with a warmth, not of heat, but of recognition, a resonance that spoke to something deeper than thought. You have arrived. The traveler lowered their lantern. Its glow remained steady, but now it illuminated not the path, but the understanding that the path had been within all along. You have walked far, the sage said, and the words felt less like speech than like the soft folding of air around thought. Not for guidance, not for instruction, but for yourself. Every step, every observation, every act of presence, you have carried the journey within you. I have only reflected it back. The traveler nodded, though no response was expected or required. The plane began to shift. Light and shadow interwove like threads in a tapestry, and within it, the traveler glimpsed fragments of all previous trials: the grove and the pool, the mirrored chamber, the river with its rippling stepping stones, the hills of silver, the forest of translucent trees, the archways of liquid light. Each image shimmered briefly, then dissolved, leaving only the essence of experience. The calm strength gained through observation, patience, and trust. The traveler realized that none of the lessons had been external. The mirrors had not shown them themselves. They had revealed potential, fears, choices, and insight already present. The rivers, the stones, the fog, the walls of whispers, all had been invitations to recognize that wisdom and guidance do not exist outside. They arise from the quiet attention to the self, from presence, from awareness, from the courage to observe without reaction and act without compulsion. The sage stepped closer, though still with a measured distance that invited reflection rather than direction. You have learned, they said, that the path cannot be imposed. It cannot be shown. It cannot be dictated. It exists only when discovered within, realized through awareness, courage, and silence. The traveler felt the truth of the words resonate in every fiber of being. They remembered the fear in the fog, the hesitation at the river, the uncertainty at the archways. They remembered the mirrored reflections, the whispers, the unformed paths. And now, standing on the luminous plain, each fear and hesitation felt transformed, integrated into the rhythm of presence itself. Wind rose, soft and almost imperceptible, carrying the faint scent of blossoms and rain yet to fall. The light around them pulsed gently, not in illumination, but in acknowledgement. The traveler understood that the world itself was not separate from their awareness, not in a mystical abstraction, but in the tangible resonance of perception and presence. The path existed because they existed. The guidance existed because attention existed. The journey existed because choice and awareness intertwined. The sage extended a hand, a gesture not of direction, but of invitation. The travelers stepped closer. For a moment, they felt the pull of old instincts, the desire to rely, to follow, to be led. And then They remembered every lesson, every trial, every silent observation that had carried them here. Awareness, patience, courage, and trust. These were the pillars of the journey. They did not need to follow. They did not need to lead. They simply were. The hand was received, not in submission, not in dependence, but in recognition. Acknowledgement of the guidance that had always existed within themselves. The plane began to shift again. Mountains rose in gentle waves along the horizon. Rivers of silver reflected a sky that shimmered with unseen constellations. Trees of translucent crystal whispered faintly, as if recalling memory. The traveler walked forward, now fully aligned with the understanding that each step was both action and reflection, each choice both freedom and presence. The sage remained beside them, yet always as a subtle resonance, a quiet acknowledgement rather than a figure of authority. Their eyes reflected the traveler's own realization. The guide had never been separate. The lessons had never been imposed. Each trial, each reflection, each river and fog and wall of whispers had been a mirror of what was already present within the traveler. The traveler came upon a hilltop, overlooking a vast expanse where light and shadow wove into a tapestry of possibility. The horizon shimmered with infinite paths, each one unique, each one real. They understood now that the journey did not end here. There was no final destination, no place where all trials ceased. The path was infinite, not in length, but in depth, a continual unfolding of awareness, courage, and presence. The traveler lifted the lantern. Its light no longer flickered uncertainly. It glowed softly, steady, as if reflecting the illumination within. With each step down the hill, the landscape responded, not by moving the traveler, not by guiding, but by existing in harmonious resonance with their awareness. The air vibrated faintly with acknowledgement. The ground supported every intention. The horizon offered infinite possibilities without demand. The sage spoke once more softly, their voice blending seamlessly with the subtle hum of the world. All that you have learned, all that you have observed, all that you have endured, it is yours to carry. Guidance is not external. Wisdom is not given. The path exists because you exist, because attention exists, because presence exists. The traveler felt a profound stillness, a quiet light within that pulsed in harmony with the lantern, the air, and the infinite horizon. They realized fully that the silent sage had always been a reflection, a mirror of their own presence and awareness, not a separate entity. The lessons had been present in every step, in every breath, in every act of noticing without reaction. The plane shimmered one last time, and the other travelers appeared in the distance, each carrying their own lanterns, each walking their own paths. No words passed between them. No gestures were necessary. Recognition was sufficient. The traveler understood that every journey was unique, yet connected through the quiet resonance of awareness and presence. A gentle wind lifted, carrying the sense of unfallen rain, of blossoms, of earth, and stone and air. The traveler walked on, steady, aware, aligned. Each step was both an act of movement and an act of stillness. Each breath was both reflection and expansion. Each choice was both freedom and presence. The lantern glowed softly in their hand, not as a guide, not as illumination, but as a mirror of the light within. The path, infinite in possibility, stretched ahead. There were no signs, no markings, no certainty, only the steady pulse of awareness, the quiet resonance of understanding, the luminous presence of the self. The traveler smiled, a simple gesture of recognition and acceptance. The sage, still present in subtle resonance, inclined their head in return. No words were necessary. None had ever been. The journey continued, not toward a destination, but into the endless, luminous unfolding of presence, awareness, and quiet understanding. The traveler walked forward, carrying the lessons of the silent sage not as instruction, but as realization, not as guidance, but as illumination. The plain stretched endlessly, the horizon ever shifting, the light gentle and constant. And in that expanse, the traveler knew a truth profound and eternal. The sage had never been separate. They had always been a reflection, a resonance, a quiet presence within, guiding through silence, through observation, through the luminous clarity of awareness. The traveler's steps were steady, their breath calm, their heart attuned. The path could not be shown, the trials could not be dictated, the lessons could not be given. All had been present, all had been realized, all had been carried forward in the quiet, luminous act of simply being. And so the traveler walked on. The wind carried no sound, the sky bore no sun or moon. The plain shimmered with infinite possibility. Every step was both journey and arrival, every breath both question and answer. The sage was not behind. The sage was not ahead. The sage was always within. And in that quiet realization, the traveler understood that the path, infinite, luminous, shifting, unformed, existed precisely because they existed. With steady steps, the traveler moved into the unfolding horizon, lantern in hand, aware, present, luminous, carrying the eternal truth of the journey. That guidance, wisdom, and presence are never separate, and that the journey is never ending. A silent, luminous path of becoming, reflected always within. As our journey comes to a close, take a moment to carry this quiet awareness with you. Let the lessons of observation, patience, and trust settle gently into your heart. If this story brought a sense of peace and wonder to your evening, don't forget to subscribe to Candle by the Sea for more gentle stories, soft guidance, and the quiet magic of bedtime journeys. May your night be calm, your mind at ease, and your dreams luminous.